Indian aviation will be the epicenter of the growth trajectory and will present a whole range of opportunities and challenges. And such industry initiatives like Wings 2020 are path-breaking.
Today, we are the third largest domestic market in the world. We are going to overtake Germany.
Flight. So India has been connected like never before, creating a new economic engine.
Wings gives a platform where all of us come together and work in coordination to make sure that these
two, 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 two. Hey, hey. Check one, two.
हम बिग बजट
Hello, Amit sir, can you? That's what we changed the on display. That's what we changed the resume display one.
Right, I've unmuted. I hope you're able to hear me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes sir. You can hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah sir. You can hear me right?
Yes, I can. Are
Yes
you
sir.
able to get my voice clearly?
Yes sir. Yes sir. Yes sir. You can see the PPT?
Yes, I can see the screen. That's right.
Okay sir.
So, Monica,
हाँ sir. Yes.
Mr. Amit, would just like to check one PPT if you can present once, please. Mr. Amit, would like to check presentation once. Please present once, please, one slide.
Check Amit to start the presentation.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, we just want to test one slide. If you can present one slide, please.
பிபிடி டெஸ்ட் பண்ணும்போது லேஅவுட் இப்படி வச்சு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. பிபிடி வைக்கும்போது டெஸ்ட் பண்ணும்போது இந்த லேஅவுட்லேயே வச்சு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. காக்கி காக்கி
Car is on. Check. Mr. Amit, can you put it in the full screen, please?
Font is not visible in here.
Hello?
Indian aviation will be the epicenter of the growth trajectory and will present a whole range of opportunities and challenges. And such industry initiatives like Wings 2020 are path breaking.
Today we are the third largest domestic market in the world.
We are going to overtake Germany in the next 3 years as a pure economy, pure play economy. We're not talking PPP.
Now we can visit places like Hampi, which took 6 hours of driving and a lot of commitment on those bumpy roads in a 20-minute flight. So India has been connected like never before, creating a new economic engine.
Wings gives a platform where all of us come together and work in coordination to make sure that the sector grows and the nation leap forward.
All these events actually give us an opportunity to showcase our state and capital city to the aviation industry players from all over the world, and also to showcase our most vibrant aviation ecosystem, the Indian aviation ecosystem, to dignitaries from across the world.
But I think the time has now come to take stock and to be able to make an assessment of what we have achieved so far and where we are heading.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to this important seminar during Aero India. I request all of you to kindly please take their seats. I also welcome all the delegates who are joining us virtually. So, where is Remy? Remy, can you please come to the dais? Yes. In FICCI, we have a tradition that we welcome our guest by giving the green certificate. Green certificate is a testimony that we plant tree on behalf of our guest, and we give them the certificate instead of giving the bouquet. So I request Remy, our chairman, FICCI Aviation Committee, to kindly facilitate Secretary Civil Aviation, Mr. Kharola. Remy, by giving the green certificate. To Mrs. Vandana Agarwal, Madam, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation. To Usha Padi, Joint Secretary, Civil Aviation. And also to Garima Madam, Director, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you, Remy. Now I request Joint Secretary Usha Padi Madam to take over from here. She will start the formal proceeding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Because after a lunch, it's very difficult to keep you awake. So bear with me if I keep on asking you sometime in between to respond. Esteemed Secretary, sir, distinguished colleagues on the dais, off the dais, captains from industry, delegates, friends from media, and all participants who have been logging in here are physically present to this relevant workshop, which is on the future and dynamics of civil aviation sector, making India an aviation hub. At the outset, friends, it is a very relieving type of experience because after very, very long time, sir, we are opening our mask and able to speak to each other, see each other's face. So it is very, very positive sign. And morning we had a spectacular event. In the inaugural event, if you have seen, the spirit of let us get out for ride, that type of spirit we could see. And the way which we were thinking some time back that let us recover, restrain ourselves, then wait for some more time. So that was somewhat has gone for a positive side. We have already seen the resilience, and I'm sure that the sector is rebounding. This is a right time, and when I said a relevant workshop, because just 2 days back you have heard about the budgetary announcement. A day before that, economic survey. India is definitely on the V-type growth curve. Very, very optimistic. But if I go with little conservative estimate also, the International Monetary Fund, which has said that the economy is going to have contraction of 10.3 sometime in October, if I remember. Now, they themselves have said that it will be around 8%. Our estimate is little optimistic, but I am just going for the objective of whatever international bodies are saying. And the growth which they are seeing in 2021 is 11.5%, which is like
Government of India,
incredible.
my other colleagues from
So
the
this
Ministry
is
of
the
Civil
situation
Aviation,
where we are sitting.
captains of industry,
And some time back we used to say that India is growing so much, and it was like we had a problem of excess.
from the media,
And I hope, and during 1 year we felt that again let us have this problem of excess that is easy to deal with rather than the pandemic. So we are all sitting in a juncture where it is ready to take off. As morning it was said that the tailwinds are already there. Whether we are ready to take off, that is the issue. Friends, when we talk of Indian civil aviation, all the eminent speakers would be dealing with that separately, so I will be very brief. The success story has been very, very beautiful one, the significant one. The double-digit growth have been there since last few years. So there has been lot of changes which are having in the entire ecosystem, whether it is in the airports or whether it is for the airlines. We have the friends from airlines are also joining. When we say airline, it's a fulcrum of the entire sector, because all the value chain resolve around them, and it requires the airline to survive, and the ecosystem will actually grow. We have the various action plan in place. We have seen that the number of airports which we have, it is going to be double. In the budgetary speech, it has been told that not only the public asset monetization, it is not only the disinvestment, but it is also privatization. So a lot of exciting thing happening in the airport sector. More airports are opening up. More number of regional airports are opening, and the size of the civil aviation sector pie is going to increase. It is not that the share would be divided by many, but it is size itself is going very, very huge. We have the airlines, the lot of the incentives which we will be talking in the ecosystem, whether it is leasing and financing, the MRO, the various duties, taxation, rationalization. All these things would be discussed today. So we have another parallel seminar going on the new technology, drones and related issues. And today's India Pavilion, which is on the theme of the helicopter, where we have not utilized, India has a huge potential to exploit the diversity of the versatility of the helicopters. So that is also there. So we have huge canvas before us. Still we can paint it with a lot of colors and very, very futuristic, and it will be definitely contributing to the 5 trillion economy which India is planning to have by 2024. Friends, I request everyone's engagement, and we have some question and answer session if time permits after the speakers have addressed. We'll have some questions from the audience, and if there are some online questions, we'll try to answer them. I will stop here, and I will request the first speaker for today, Mr. Remy Maillard. He is the chairman of FICCI Civil Aviation Committee and president and MD of Airbus India. I am sure that he has a lot to share with all of us. He is a engineering graduate and also MBA. I am sure your presence in India would contribute a lot for the sector. Thank you, and we'll look forward to your address.
Thank you very much for your words. Respected Secretary Shri Carola Ji, Madam Joint Secretary Vandana Ji, Madame Joint Secretary Usha Padiji, Madame Director Garima Singh Ji, Ashmita, Wolfgang, friends, distinguished guests. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon. I'm doing it in the Usha Padi way. I'm learning from her. That's it. It's very much my pleasure to welcome you all this afternoon for this very important seminar on the future of Indian civil aviation. I think we have been tested in the most radical way since COVID broke out last year. Uncertainty, volatility, complexity has become our new normal, our new way of life. But I think we adapted collectively, we reacted. And it was not easy, and to be honest, it is still not easy, because we are far from being out of the woods. We have discovered that resilience is as important as profit and growth. But in the midst of the crisis, there are many achievements that we can be very proud of. The first one is that we have maintained at all times and with no compromise the highest level of safety in our industry. And you know, aviation means safety. And we did that all together at a time when our industry was so vulnerable. I think we acted together as well to recover trust in air travel, to make sure the public was confident enough to fly again, to demonstrate to the public that flying or the end-to-end air travel journey was safe and compliant with the highest health standard. And we also gradually and steadily recovered air traffic. And from basically nothing at the time of the lockdown up to 60% in November, and now probably higher. 60% is still far from being a sustainable and comfortable situation, but it's still much better than what we observe in most countries and most regions of the world. Also, international traffic has been facilitated by the government with the air travel arrangements. We see signs of pent-up demand for business travel, because people understand now how essential it is to meet our business partners. We see signs of pent-up demand for leisure travel as well. I can feel a desire to travel again, an appetite to travel again. So basically my point is that we're still facing strong headwinds in the short term with the virus obviously and the complexity of the situation. But in the midterm, we will have tailwind with the vaccination and people's desire to fly again. In French, we have a saying, and I'm sure you have the same in India, that there is an opportunity in each crisis. We also say never waste a good crisis. Well, this COVID crisis is a bloody good crisis, right? So we should not waste it. And I think there is a good opportunity in this COVID crisis for India to turn into an international hub and for Indian Airlines to develop long-haul travel. And this is basically the topic of today. There are many reasons for that. The first one is very obvious. India is in the middle of the world, right? India is the halfway point between the Far East and the West. And from India, you can reach the major capitals and the major cities of the world. Also, the Indian airlines have a major competitive advantage with the massive and the growing domestic traffic. That's a unique differentiator that we can leverage on to develop long-haul activities. Today, out of the international traffic to India, only 36% goes to Indian carriers. It means that 64% of the international traffic to India and from India goes to foreign carriers. So I think it's time for Indian carriers to rescale their operations and to gain or regain control of the international traffic. We are also observing that air travelers are adapting to the COVID with a strong preference for point-to-point connections with no stopover because they want to avoid connections. And that's also a good opportunity to develop long-haul operations. Cargo, and we were discussing that, or freighter operation is also a key stable source of revenue for airlines, even during COVID. But again, this is mostly relying, as of today, on foreign carriers. And India must build capacity for the cargo, for the freighter. Last but not least, I think we cannot limit ourselves to looking at the current COVID situation. There is a life after COVID. We need to get ready for a time when the pandemic will be brought under control and passenger traffic rebounds to its usual growth trajectory. So I strongly believe that long-haul operations are a strategic enabler for Indian Airlines to grow profitably, to diversify the operations, and to become more resilient. Having said that, turning India into an international hub is a collective ambition. It's a collective industry effort. Of course, the airlines will play a leading role, and I'm sure Wolfgang will elaborate on that. They are in the driving seat, or they are in the captain's seat. But aircraft OEMs need also to offer the most cost-competitive and performant and versatile and sustainable platforms, featuring the highest operational reliability and a wide range of configurations adapted to any business model. Also, operating wide-body aircraft should not add complexity to the single-aisle operation. It should not be like starting up a new airline. So the commonalities between wide-body aircraft and single-aisle aircraft are instrumental to develop long-haul operations with wide-body. We also need strong MRO industry, a strong training industry in the country, and we need to continue and accelerate the regulation changes. The government has recently made some forward-leaning announcements for the aviation sector. I'm sure you've heard about that, including tax exemption on aircraft leasing and aircraft rentals made to foreign companies. And this is definitely going in the right direction. We obviously hope for additional financial and policy support, but I think we've made a major step with the recent announcement. At the end of the day, it's all a matter of cost competitiveness and yield for the airlines. But I'm confident that we can create all together the necessary conditions for Indian carriers to compete in the long-haul market with a wide-body aircraft. I truly believe in the intrinsic strengths of the Indian economy and the Indian market. The Indian economy is growing with a population of almost 1.4 billion, and there is a need and an opportunity for the Indian aviation industry to grow at a quicker pace. India has one of the largest aircraft order books in the world, with pending deliveries of more than 1,000 aircraft. The country has about 100 airports as of today, and is set to get 200 by 2040. The coming years will also be a period of innovation to match anything in the history of aviation, with the development of zero-emission airliner and the decarbonization of the entire aviation sector. I'm used to saying that leadership today is not a guarantee of leadership tomorrow. And it's very much my belief that winning in the future needs to be earned through continuous pioneering in the domestic market, but also in the international market. It's my belief that winning in the future needs the right combination of growth, profitability, and resilience. And resilience means diversification. And of course, all of this executed with the highest health and safety standards. Dear friends, I look forward to hearing more on this topic from all of you, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Thank you, my lord. It sounds like a my lord. Yeah? In India, any honorable people are called my lord. So, yeah. Thank you so much. And we do believe that there is a huge opportunity. And this event, the tagline of the Aero India is the billion opportunities. It's a runway for a billion opportunities. So, thank you so much once again. We have been hearing that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has been more engaging now with the stakeholders, and we have been more accessible. I am not boasting here, but that is what we keep on hearing from you. So the leadership actually matters. Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation wanted to be personally here and address all of you and interact. Somehow, because of the parliament session, he had to be there. So he has sent a message. This is a time where we can hear what he's to say to all of us. If Vicky can play this, thank you.
Aviation, Government of India, my other colleagues, Ministry Secretary Civil Aviation, Government of India, my other colleagues from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, captains of industry, esteemed speakers, distinguished participants joining physically and virtually, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Aviation is one of the most global industries, connecting people, cultures, and businesses across continents. Aviation provides the only rapid worldwide transportation network, essential for global business. It generates economic growth, creates jobs, and facilitates international trade and tourism. India today is the third largest domestic aviation market and poised to become the third largest in overall civil aviation market very soon. The Indian aviation sector has grown exponentially in the last few years and is one of the critical enablers as well as an indicator for India's endeavor towards a US $5 trillion economy. The vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of an Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just about manufacturing for the world. It is also about creating jobs, and the aviation sector has significant multiplier effect on job creation. The future and dynamics of civil aviation sector, making India an aviation hub, is a very interesting topic and forces us to look back as well as take stock of the future scenario, especially in the current pandemic situation. In fact, the government's vision 2040 also talks about India as an aviation hub. India's aviation infrastructure has been benefited from significant upgrades in recent years, and India has the capacity to develop effective infrastructure. In order to fully realize its potential, our government focuses on policies to add remote and regional areas to the map of Indian aviation. Let me first go back in history. India's Department of Civil Aviation was set up in 1927. In 1932, J.R.D. Tata set up Tata Airlines, the first Indian commercial carrier to transport mail and passengers within India. J.R.D. flew the first leg of the inaugural Karachi-Madras journey himself, taking mail from Karachi to Bombay via Ahmedabad using a single-engine de Havilland Pusmoth. In its first year, Tata Airlines flew 160,000 miles, carrying 155 passengers and more than 10 tons of mail. Tata Airlines became Air India in 1946. To put things in perspective, I recall that Delhi airport was shifted from Safdarjung to Palam in 1962. In 1973-74, when I joined the Foreign Service, Palam Airport handled about 1.7 million passengers. Today, Delhi Airport alone handles about 70 million passengers a year. Mumbai Airport, on the other hand, handles about 50 million passengers per annum. Together, these two airports handle about 34% of traffic in India. Delhi and Mumbai airports were leased out on public-private partnership in 2006. Delhi, today, along with Mumbai, these are the two main hubs for the aviation in the country, closely followed by Bengaluru and Hyderabad. In 2000 and 2001, Delhi and Mumbai handled 21 million, which has risen to 120 million in 2019-20. Pre-COVID, in February 2020, the sector was registering a month-on-month growth of 9%. The penetration is still around 7% only. When the world over, even big established airlines are in red, the fleet strength of Indian carriers has increased from 669 in March 2020 to 713 in November 2020. This figure is bound to go beyond 2,000 in the next few years. Besides, we are adding 100 new airports by 2024. The figures indicate a mammoth opportunity in the civil aviation sector in the country. Our Vision 2040 for the civil aviation sector of India includes development of airports, growth of air cargo, drones, seaplanes, air taxis, helicopters, developing India as the MRO and aerospace manufacturing hub, skilling of the workforce, ground handling, aviation safety and security, as well as the financing and leasing of the aircraft. A silent transformation is underway in the field of air cargo. The potential of air cargo was truly recognized during the lockdown and suspension of regular flights. I must say that the resilience shown by India's air cargo sector, despite severe challenges posed by the pandemic, drives home the benefits that have been brought in through policy changes and subsequent resurgence of freighter operations and recalibration of business models. I am elated to inform you that total air cargo for India in December 2020 was at 91% of December 2019 levels. We expect that we may close the year 2021 at the same level as 2019-20. Currently, helicopter operations in India are well below the potential of a country as large as ours. The total number of helicopters in use in India are around 250. Brazil has around 1,250, Australia has around 2,000, and US has more than 14,000. There is a growing requirement of helicopters for civil use in tourism, mining, corporate travel, air ambulance, homeland security, air charter, etc. Similarly, efforts are on to establish India as an MRO hub. To promote MRO services, we have taken many effective measures, and GST on MRO services has been reduced from 18% to 5% from 1st April 2020. This will not only allow our foreign partners to establish shop in India, but benefit our Indian companies as well. Aircraft leasing and financing is another area where India has great potential. With enabling regulations, the ecosystem for aircraft, helicopters, and engine leasing and financing from India offshore at International Financial Services Center at Gift City has taken off. Lessors have begun to contract Indian MRO organization for end-of-lease checks in the financial year 2020-2021. India now stands poised to enter the $5 billion aircraft spares market in a significant way. To enable this, a restriction on aircraft parts harvesting has been removed with a valuable amendment by the RBI in the FEMA on 8 January 2021 based on a proposal from my ministry. We are Secretary Civil Aviation, Government of India, my other colleagues from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, captains of industry, esteemed speakers, distinguished participants joining physically and virtually, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Aviation is one of the most global industries, connecting people, cultures, and businesses across continents. Aviation provides the only rapid worldwide transportation network, essential for global business. It generates economic growth, creates jobs, and facilitates international trade and tourism. India today is the third largest domestic aviation market and poised to become the third largest in overall civil aviation market very soon. The Indian aviation sector has grown exponentially in the last few years and is one of the critical enablers as well as an indicator for India's endeavor towards a $5 trillion economy. The vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of an Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just about manufacturing for the world. It is also about creating jobs.
I thank Honorable
and the
Minister
aviation
for,
sector has significant multiplier effect on job
clearly
creation.
articulating the outlook for
The
civil
future
aviation sector.
and dynamics of civil aviation
now we
sector,
go to the next
making
agenda.
India an
I'm sure
aviation
that,
hub, is a
this
very
speech was
interesting
worth
topic.
repeating. So
And
I think FICCI team had taken it forward. They wanted us to listen second time. Considering the coordination between the defense and civil aviation, we normally participate in this event, Aero India or this show. But to have more focus on civil aviation activities and to give scope for engagement of various other stakeholders, including the states and exclusively civil aviation players, we organize an event called Wings, and it is of course in coordination with all the other line ministries, and it is alternative year. So every 2 years Aero India happens. Similarly, Wings India also happens every 2 years. So we staggered it in a way. 1 year you participate in Aero India, and another year you participate in Wings. So again, we are going to have Wings in Hyderabad, which is a competing city as far as aerospace is concerned with Bangalore. We have the tradition of announcing the date in the Aero India. So now I request Honorable Secretary Sir to release this brochure and announce the date for Wings 2022, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, I think as suggested by Usha, the dates for Wings India 2022 would be 25th to 28th March at Begumpet Airport, Hyderabad.
We are announcing because you have to block your diaries now itself. Yeah, I think there is no exit unless you block and give the commitment here. That's what Secretary Sir says. Okay, we have the next speaker, Mr. Amitabh Khosla. He is country director, and he is a good friend of the aviation community, and he will be joining online. Mr. Khosla is a degree holder of economics and also diploma in business management. He is holding this post since 2008. And as all of us know, IATA is the global trade association for the airline industry, which promotes safe, secure, and efficient air transportation. So IATA has 266 member airlines, one of the major institution, and they work with the entire community to bring the positive changes. Over to Mr. Amitabh Khosla.
Thank you, Ms. Padi. I have a brief presentation which goes along with this. So can I just request colleagues from FICCI to bring that up? And also if I can check whether you can hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly, and your presentation is also seen on the screen now.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Padi. Secretary, Mr. Karola sir, colleagues from government and industry, and ladies and gentlemen, really delighted to join you for this session, though virtually today. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Civil Aviation and FICCI for having me join and having IATA participate today. This is the first aviation industry forum in the new year, and certainly presents a great opportunity to take stock through what has been a tough year, we thought. And also provides an opportunity to look ahead. So I, through this presentation, plan to do the same. In this session, which is really on dynamism in aviation and looking to the future, I wanted to focus on a few broad themes. Those of restart, of resilience, which is a word we've already heard a few times before now, and of rebalancing that we believe is underway in the industry. So starting off on the restart front, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So one does not need to belabor this point too much on how difficult the impact of COVID has been for the air transport industry. But before any discussions on the future, we do need to recognize what the industry is going through. And briefly, looking at the deepest blue bar on this slide, financially, 2020 has been the worst year in the history of aviation. IATA had projected an unprecedented $118 billion in losses for the airlines globally in 2020, and for these losses to continue into 21. The global airline losses in 21 are expected to be to an amount of $38 billion, which is in fact still higher than the industry losses at the time of the global financial crisis in 2008. And to give you a perspective, in 2020, airlines globally on average have lost $66 for every passenger that they carried. And the financial impact, of course, just like the impact on airlines globally, the impact on aviation in India is also significant in terms of wiping out of airline revenues, the traffic contraction, as well as the loss of jobs. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this slide has IATA's traffic recovery forecast. The dashed line is the pre-COVID baseline forecast. If there was no pandemic, this is the trajectory at which air travel would have grown. What happened instead in 2020 was, of course, the steep fall that we are all familiar with. The yellow in the graph that you see is the range of uncertainty in the year ahead, while the blue line through this yellow zone is the new baseline forecast. So there are both upside and downside risks to this forecast, but the downside risks seem higher, which is reflected in a greater yellow underneath this baseline recovery. IATA's forecast for recovery does not expect the 2019 levels of traffic to be regained till 2024 at a global consolidated level. But this recovery in demand is expected to be uneven, where domestic markets will recover first, as we have seen in the case of India. And international travel, on the other hand, is likely to take longer to recover as the opening of borders resumes more gradually. And within this international segment, we expect that short-haul international travel is likely to recover more quickly than long-haul travel, which again should be a positive for India's narrow-body fleet. Can I have the next slide, please? So secondly, on resilience, airlines and airports, as all professionally managed entities, they do undertake risk planning for extreme events, that may disrupt business. While pandemics are certainly a risk event, which are even mentioned on many risk filings, however, no one anticipated a scenario where traffic will fall to zero and where the industry will shut down completely. So this extreme pandemic event has played out in real life, and it was not limited to a simple work environment exercise. The fact that 1 year later, we are here at a FICCI and a MOCA event goes on to show the resilience of each of our airlines and airports and aviation stakeholders. It's something which the Honorable Minister as well recognized and has been mentioned by speakers previously as well. It's been a stressful 2020, and the biggest casualty has, of course, been the jobs and livelihood for many of our colleagues in aviation, as well as in the broader travel trade. But overall, the resilience that display in the industry has carried on as a central theme. Can I have the next slide, please? If you can please turn to the next slide. Thank you. So the theme that will likely play out going forward in the aviation industry is one of structural rebalancing, or that of arriving at a new equilibrium. We believe rebalances is taking place across many dimensions, and I wanted to focus on just a few. First is a rebalancing which is underway in the passenger traffic mix. Since the restart, it's evident that not just in India, but globally as well, like in the markets of Japan, Russia, US, China, among others, that the rebound in domestic air travel is strong. Countries that are blessed with a large and thriving domestic market like India, of course, stand to gain. While with the border and visa restrictions that are in place across nations, international traffic has taken a bigger hit. So there is a challenging landscape where the significance of domestic travel as a part of total traffic has increased. And the economic resurgence that India expects in 2021, as well as the new focus on domestic tourism which has come about, I think both of these should help further stimulate domestic aviation as well. And there is also a shift, where the fall in corporate or business travel or a higher share of leisure and VFR component in the passenger mix. So the traffic mix itself is seeing a rebalancing. Second, within the aviation industry, there is a resurgence of air cargo, and it's great to see Ms. Vandana Agrawal on the dais as well. So we are all well aware of the importance of air cargo. Post-COVID, this is even more evident with the role played by air cargo, for example, in the early days with the movement of PPEs and medical supplies, and now more recently with the transportation of vaccines. For airlines, in an environment where passenger revenues are diminishing or have diminished, air cargo revenues have in fact gained in importance. Airlines, we expect, will generate 1/3 of their total revenues from air cargo, compared to only 12% in 2019. And unlike the passenger market, where IATA forecasts that global passenger volumes will come back only by 2024, in the case of air cargo, IATA expects air cargo volumes will return to 2019 levels by March of 2021, which is in the immediate future. So this theme of rebalancing plays out in air cargo as well, and we expect air cargo development in India to go hand in hand with India's own export competitiveness, as we are seeing it play out in the export of vaccines, for example. Third is airline networks themselves are in a state of transition. Post-restart, we have seen a growing number of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities where traffic at the airports is in fact higher than it was at pre-COVID levels. In domestic, we have seen a strong expansion in new destinations and a deployment of additional frequencies and new flights as well being started up by airlines, all of which is underway. Unused and underutilized airports in India, they are starting to see additional passenger activity, which should play a helpful role even post-pandemic.
Sorry
And
to
similarly in
interrupt,
international,
you may have to be faster, and you should clear it at the earliest, because the 10 minutes already we are lagging behind. Sorry for this.
Sure, okay. So the third was rebalancing, which is in play in how airline networks are getting reworked. The fourth point that I wanted to make on rebalancing theme itself was about the passenger processes, which are undergoing a change. And that has a linkage to confidence returning to flying. Passengers, they have adjusted to the introduction of all the new biosafety measures like wearing of masks and sanitization and thermal screening. But all of these, and this also extends to the pre-departure testing, which has been introduced in a very timely fashion in India as well. So all these measures have in turn imparted passengers the confidence to fly again. The last point on the rebalancing theme was on the regulatory landscape itself, which is changing. And here we wanted to compliment MOCA as well as DGCA for their responsiveness, be it the air bubbles to get international going once again, or the framing of rules allowing carriage of cargo in the cabin, as well as taking care of all the Indian states who were starting to introduce divergent rules right at the start of the pandemic. So while aviation, we believe, is a heavily regulated industry, the COVID-induced restrictions, they have added additional constraints. For example, in the case of flight scheduling. There are changes in travel and visa restrictions, the imposition of fare bans and capacity, changes around scheduled services for international, or even the change in cargo open skies policy. So all of these regulatory restrictions are outside of the scope or the control of airlines, and these would need to be factored in by the airlines as additional constraints as they start operations or restart operations. So that was about rebalancing. And the last point, with which I would like to conclude is to mention and commend the Ministry of Civil Aviation for introducing and developing this collaborative approach with which work is currently underway between all the various aviation stakeholders. It's been forced once again, I think, by the pandemic, but it's starting to have all players more aligned and undertaking joint initiatives. So that itself is imparting a lot of consumer confidence by new practices, new processes, devising of new solutions, and also that focus on communication of those new initiatives which is underway. I will conclude with that, and back to you, Ms. Padi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khosla. We will be now going to Mr. Anand Bhaskar. I request him to please come to the podium. He has joined as CFO in Airworks in the year 2010 and instrumental in making Airworks as India's only multinational MRO by architecting the company's global expansion. And he's a certified chartered accountant, so we can hear a lot of number crunching and you can tell us what could be done for more rationalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ushaji. I never had such kind of a lovely introduction, so thank you very much. Makes me feel very proud of myself. Again, Kharola Saab and your entire high-powered team, a warm welcome to all of you and thanks for having me here. I represent Airworks. Airworks is India's largest and oldest MRO. This year we are celebrating our 70th year. We have been at forefront of innovation wherever India needed our services, whether it was for Aryabhatta payload operations or cloud seeding way back in 1970s to very recently for PMO's alternate transport arrangements or for the various defense platforms that we had taken care of. COVID really tested the capacity of Indian MROs because aircrafts were not able to go out of the country for maintenance. And I think as a MRO of the country, all of us came together and delivered on that ground. I'm here to talk about MRO industry in particular and Indian MRO and aviation ecosystem in general. Now, what is our potential? Now, we have all grown reciting this Sanskrit prayer, Vidya Dati Vinayam, Vinyam Dati Patratam, Patratva Dhanam Apnoti, Dhanam Tatha Sukham. For all the non-Indian passport holders, let me translate that. Basically, it means that knowledge gives humility. Knowledge and humility gives competence. Competence gives prosperity. And with prosperity, we do larger society benefit, we contribute back to the society. And that's the value system that has been ingrained in us right since our childhood. And we are very proud of that. But is that really coming in our way of growth? Are we too humble today, and are we paying price for that? Now, there is this famous, truth about an elephant. When a baby elephant is trained, it is tied with a small rope to a very weak pole, and it tries to shake itself free, but it is not able to do. Even after growing up and getting 100 times more powerful, it does not break the shackle because it thinks that it won't be able to do that. In the childhood, it has not been able to, so it thinks it won't be. But friends, India is no longer this elephant. India knows its power. India knows what strength it has. It knows what is the purchase power it has and how to bring in the MRO changes that we need to bring in. We are already an aviation hub. We have to convert into an MRO hub now. Secretary Saab, for all the changes that you and your team did, most of them were very bold, very quick, and drastic changes. The GST change is a huge one. We have to acknowledge that in a country where aviation MRO is not in the pecking order on the highest focus area, bringing the GST down from 18 to 5% is a huge, huge change. Similarly, the recent one, which is in pipeline of reducing the rentals for AI airport facility, MRO facilities at AI airports, is also a huge one, which will help us a lot as we go forward. So government is doing everything possible to make India an MRO hub. It is up to all the other stakeholders to bring the changes and make things happen. Now, COVID took most of the center stage for our attention. Ministry has been working every single day during COVID, and you guys were the motivation for me personally to work. During last 10 months, I have personally taken more than 60 flights across India to ensure that the growth which we are wanting to see in MRO happens. And we are, in this pandemic, putting up a new facility at Cochin, and I would invite you guys to come to that. But let's see what exactly happened in the MRO industry in other countries around. Ashmita ji, your company set up a PW1100G service station at Portugal. Okay, just to put things in perspective, Portugal's GDP is $200 billion, and it is less than the GDP of Reliance and Tata groups put together. Portugal has got 75 military aircrafts and 100 commercial aircrafts. And Mr. Remy, during the COVID period, has supplied half of that to India already. Right, sir? Similarly, Airbus, our dear friend Anand Stanley has inaugurated a facility, 51,000 square meters facility in Singapore, which will be conducting training and part distribution for SATAIR. And Boeing has worked with HNA to develop 737 MRO facility at Hanan home province in China. No, again, have we missed the bus? We missed the boat, we missed the bus. Are we again missing something else? Now, I don't think so. Or do I think so? In March, Ashmita ji, again, you made an announcement that with Air India, the engine facility has come up, and There is in a phased manner, we will be doing that, which is great. I think it's a good start for India for an engine maintenance MRO. But I think there is a need to introspect as a country as to whether we are doing what we should be doing. In the budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister said that there should be a dashboard to measure things. I think there is a need to look at what is the yardstick on which we will measure these announcements that we do. There is a market access which we are giving to the country. There has to be a technology transfer associated with it. There has to be employment generation. And finally, all this, why we are saying this? This is to ensure that world's third largest domestic market becomes more competitive, so that we don't have the kind of fatalities that we have been seeing in Indian aviation in the past. That's domestic market. I don't think we can service this market by putting some 10 engines, spare engines, and 15 landing gears and working like that, you know. Now, I'll come to this slide once again later in my presentation. Now, the ministry, I'm sure, has looked at it. There is this report. Sorry, let me just go forward. Now, when I presented this slide, I was looking at it. People said that there are two spelling mistakes. One, the friendly, and second, aggregation. They said perhaps it should be. So anyway, I'll leave it to that. This is a very favorite slide of mine. It's a comparison of India and China over last 2 decades and forecast for the future. If we look at it, we are kind of looking at the similar trajectory as what the China has taken, and all the various parameters, whether it is air traffic, whether it is air traffic growth, CAGR, per capita GDP, aircraft fleet, aircraft density per 10,000 square kilometers, and change in density. We are perhaps 15 to 20 years behind China, but the growth trajectory is same or similar. Now, the power of aggregation. Now, this is a report that I have which talks about China's acts, policies, and practices related to technology transfer presented to US president by that country. And it talks about what is the strategy China has adopted for technology transfer. And there is a separate section on aviation. And I can read it, but let me just, because I'm sure Ushaji will ring the buzzer very soon. So let me talk about what I know. I have the fortune of being on the dais, sharing the dais with you, ma'am, before. So IDAR is a framework that China has adopted, which is introduce, digest, absorb, and re-innovate. The last word, re-innovate, is very interesting, which basically, in a different way, means forget about the IPs of others, you know. And it is a very important part of China's medium and long-term planning, and it leverages on China's purchases power. And look at the red word which I have put in. It is the regulatory system. In Hindi, that is called Danda. Right? And this is the framework that China has been using to ensure that the technology it requires comes to the country, and the aircraft that is COMAC, which they are manufacturing, whatever are the gaps in technology for COMAC, is given to us, given to them. And there is a very interesting report. This should be read by people who have not read it. Let's come back to this balancing scale again. I have worked all my life in multinationals, and I know how multinational thought process works. It is always short term, it is quarter to quarter, and therefore any investment decisions have to be driven by the corporate right above. Everything is revenue linked, everything is P&L linked, EBITDA linked. Unless we link it to this, technology is not going to come. Our dream of making India an MRO hub will not happen. Just see whatever little MRO facilities are there in India on landing gears, on engines, are thanks to Air India. And after Air India, we have added 700 more aircrafts into this country, 700 more aircrafts, and there is no technology transfer which has happened on that. Nothing to talk home about. And unless we link it to that, things won't happen. So where do we go from here? We have a dream of making India a 5 trillion economy. Indian aviation contributes 0.5% of Indian GDP. Last decade, in 1920, it contributed 2.5%. If we have to keep it at the same level, I love to see aviation contributing more than 2.5%. But even if it contributes the same 2.5%, the aviation will have to contribute $125 billion, $125 billion. And Indian MRO will have to contribute $5 billion, not a small amount. And we need a roadmap for this. And we need it not in next 10 years, but we need it by 2023. If those building blocks are not there, we'll definitely miss the bus once again. And this is a statement from our Honorable Prime Minister, which differentiates India from rest of the world. He is saying we live in an interdependent world and we are going to respect the contribution from others. We are not our friendly neighborhood. And therefore, all our OEM friends, I request you guys to come forward and share the technology and ensure that the MRO industry in India grows up. I will also request all the airlines to please push OEMs and ensure that the ecosystem gets built. As I said earlier, you can't have world's second largest domestic market working on 10 spare engines, 5 landing gears, and some inventory out there on account of OEMs, and you doing more than 120,000 of AOG purchases every year. Man, you want to make a competitive industry out of this? What a waste of resources it is. 120,000 line items of AOG purchases that we do as an industry. Ironically, my last slide is again Chinese philosopher. There are 3 methods by which we can learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience. I know Ministry is completely clear that in case after all these things don't change, I'm sure they will use the danda now. And it is good if we wake up and as MROs, as airlines, as OEMs, get into the act and deliver fast on this. Thank you. With that, I hope, ma'am, I have done within my time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Full marks for that. Thank you, Anandji. You have made all of us hear these voices of MRO very clear and loud. And very subtly, I should say that, nudging all of us in the policy space to, mentioning that we should do more. So we have got your message. Now we'll go to airline friend, Mr. Wolfgang. He is joining online. He's a graduate from University of Economics, Vienna, heading as a COO in Indigo. And we are very proud of the airline, which is benchmarking the efficiently operated LCC globally. So over to Mr. Wolfgang.
Thank you very much. dear esteemed guests on the dais, dear industry colleagues. Just a few words on Indigo. We have 287 aircraft. We are amongst the top 10 currently in the industry as capacity deployed. So this is something else to be globally amongst the top 10. And we have very simple pillars. It's affordable fares, leading on-time performance, and hassle-free travel. With these three pillars, we grew to such size of an airline. And so we all went through a big crisis looking at 2020. We all remember it is a year of the pandemic with a lot of hardship for people all over the world associated with economic crisis, unemployment, social life has changed. So there's a lot, something I think we will remember for some time, but I think we are also on the way to get over it, especially when we look now from the Indian perspective into 2021. We are in a remarkably better situation than most other regions in the world. We have a low infection rate. We have a fast rebound of aviation industry, and there are many reasons for that. I can elaborate and during my speech a little bit on that. And so we give all that together, gives us a reasonable hope for a reasonable business recovery going forward. So in 21, further, I would say, actually, India is still an underpenetrated market. Only 5%, I've heard another figure, 7%, but whatever it is underpenetrated. So there is a huge growth potential. And if you look especially at the size and the topography of the country, air travel is absolutely necessary. If you look at how the other ways of modes of transport, all that requires aviation as a necessity. And I can tell you, from Indigo point of view, we serve now more destinations, more domestic destinations than pre-COVID, 64 destinations. So that's something which is remarkable. Now, how did we work? And I want to use this time to thank Mr. Carola and Ms. Bade, because actually the preparation for our rapid recovery started when the lockdown started. I remember the time when we were called, and we naturally followed that invitation with pleasure because we wanted to be prepared. When we talked about the SOPs, SOPs were developed together with all stakeholders, ministry, DGCA, airports, airlines, and there was we all pulled on one string. We wanted this SOP going, and this is the basis. It was the basis to recover the confidence of the passengers, because passengers, since now we not have any case where a proven infection was happening on an aircraft. So passengers got used to it. Yes, it's a bit more cumbersome for everyone, but we all did it. And the social distancing, sanitization, PPE, all these things, and it helped us to really recover fast. And then we had this stepwise approach going forward. And right now, I can say we have covered around 80% the journey to pre-COVID level, and we are very hopeful. And it naturally depends on the regulatory guidelines we are getting. But if it's open to 100%, we are ready here. We have everything ready. We can go, and we're just waiting for the go ahead. And so that would be, I would say, a real success story for Indian aviation if we can reach pre-COVID level by end of this financial year, or latest by starting of summer schedule. And especially if you compare this to other regions in the world. Other regions in the world have a 40 to 50% reach this level of pre-COVID, depending on the region you are. And this is far, far behind of us, what we have achieved. And so this shows we have a resilient industry, which enables to do that. We all work together. We had a good guidance from ministry, so thank you for that. And also, we also felt you have this stamina to go ahead. Now, lockdown in itself is in a way easy, but it damages the country. and we went ahead with aviation. So thank you very much for that. Looking at us in this air travel, why was the rebound also happening so fast? Because air travel in India is a necessity. It is not luxury. It is something people need. Now we have a lot of passengers on the VFR because many Indians don't work in their hometown, so to say. Then we also got a lot of train traveler segments now flying because they realized, okay, it's much safer than in other modes of transports and also faster. So it's a lot of things. Then we see already now business coming back. This will be more gradual, but business will come back. We are convinced you cannot live your life all the time virtually. That's not possible. And we count on that, and that shows how we are developing here in India. International, the picture is a bit different. It was also elaborated by some other speakers here, that international, we are dependent on regulations, what other countries are doing, but we have developed in a reasonable way with some countries, these air bubble arrangements, which is a good way of getting back into the business. But with the vaccine coming now, I would think that it will ease and bring us back to normalcy trend. So we think that by end of calendar year 21, we should be back to COVID level. The structure might be different because we have a different kind of setup. Maybe some countries might move faster, some more slowly. But here there's a good point I want to make, and this comes back also to what I think Remy mentioned it also. In the longer haul traffic, and longer haul doesn't mean necessarily, fortunately, Remy, your A320 family aircraft can fly 7 hours. So in these 7 hours of what we think is a potential market next for us to capture, this is 50 to 60% of the world population lives in the market. So it means that there is a lot of pent-up demand. People, be it Indians who want to see something new, who want to develop new businesses in these markets, can fly with our aircraft. We have enough aircraft that we can deploy. We have everything ready, resources are ready, and we will go for it. Yeah? And so this is something I think we expect going with that actually additional demand, further growth beyond COVID level. And we expect it also for the domestic market. So that we had a big dip, but now we're going back to normal trends in domestic faster, and in the international will take a bit more time, but this is enough to do also in India. In India, we see a very well spread growth plans over all the country. We open new stations now. It's all coming back now. Now, to the main subject, making India an aviation hub. There are certain things you have as a given, as a country, which you better use in the best possible way. This is the one, this is what Remy mentioned, the geographic position. We are in the middle of major markets. Europe and Middle East on the western side. Then you have north, you have Central Asia, east, more on eastern side, Southeast Asia, China. To the west, southwestern side, you have Africa. So actually, you cannot have a better geographic position than India to develop it as a hub. So this nobody can take away from us. But we must make sure that every carrier should have, or every country should have an equal opportunity, more or less equal shares, but we must get our share. That's very, very important. And there are other things which is not given to us, we must develop it. This is one thing, for example, I would start with efficient and modernized airport infrastructure. Naturally, the airports need to be conducive to this kind of business model hub. Means that the passenger comes from a certain domestic flight and can transfer smoothly to an international flight. Yeah? This is something, this concept still needs, I would say, further refinement in India. And but we're all working with the airports on it. But this really requires a master plan and a mindset how to do it. Basically, it has to do with integrated airports where you can combine all the traffic flow. So you have a domestic coming in for local, but if somebody wants to connect, let them connect. And I would say that the airports in Europe, this Europe is like a Schengen area, is like India. It's one area. Here you could say, here we can learn something and develop further in form of a good master plan. Then we're very pleased to see that the whole privatization of airports going further now, also taking into account the second and third tier airports. So we can expect a better airport infrastructure in total. And I would urge that we should not look at the architectural highlights. We should always look at functionality, because Indians want a portable fare, easy transfer, and let's say functional airport in that way. So this is the airports. Then how another element which is not God given, which we also need to help the airlines. How can airlines become a thriving industry? So I would say, and I can hopefully speak for all airlines. We as airlines have done whatever we could do. We have high productivity levels. We have high asset utilization. We all practice fuel saving so that we can bring our costs down. But there are other things, for example, in other things where we need some support. And I will not go into details. We all know India is a high environment of high taxes and high charges. So fuel is one example, which is naturally very important. Where we have for years, I'm in India for the last 20 years, so I know I can take out my papers from 20 years ago. They will say the same. So here we need to really change things and bring the cost down, because one thing is clear: if our taxes and charges get lower, we will be able to offer more affordable fare. And that in return will generate also more tax revenue for the country. So you have to see it like that. And the best practice countries have shown that actually the tax revenues from aviation increase the more affordable and the more thriving the whole environment for airlines is. And I'm not only complaining, there were some good examples of let's say in the budget that with the leasing companies that we can have an equal footing now in terms of having a setup in India, not we as a leasing company. MRO, we've had some movement, but it's still, there's a lot of things to do. And we have developed as the industry a roadmap or discussion points with finance ministry. And I know aviation ministry always supports us very much, but there are certain limits naturally we all have. But I would say, hope that we can do something more on that. Another thing where I want to really thank AI and air navigation services. This is something where also we can become more efficient. In a country with the size of India, you can shorten a lot of air routes. And this is something has become, it was part of the vision of the government to shorten the air routes together with military services. And I have to thank AI and air navigation services. It's a very proactive approach, and I monitor it every week. I can see we save a lot of money, shorter air routes with all that support in shortening air routes.
Mr. Wolfgang,
So,
next 1 or 2 minutes you can finish, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I conclude. I come to my conclusion. Yeah. So, what we say, we should have a concerted policy effort. We know with a big vision, but the vision needs to be broken down to discuss how can we do it, and a master plan covering all the elements of aviation. I speak more for airlines, but naturally with airports we are very close interlinked, and our success also depends on how these airports are set up. And what we see is that crisis is always a chance to find better, more efficient ways of doing. In that sense, I see the crisis also as a chance of doing things in a better way. And we believe that 21 will be a year of recovery. We are ready as an airline. We have the order pipeline. We have the pilots. All our aircraft are well maintained. We are ready to do everything what we can to to be part of this growth engine airlines play normally for the economy in total. And I also would say, if let's say very efficient MROs are coming up here, we will not be ignoring them. That's my word to my colleague. And freighters, I would say, is very important. One should not underestimate that. Naturally, we have this 287 aircraft. There's a lot of freight also in it, which we use very efficiently. So our freight business also went up quite a lot during this crisis. So we will contribute whatever we can do with our utmost, let's say, diligence to support all of us in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wolfgang. And we are thankful to all the airlines for walking that extra mile to ensure and bring the confidence among the people that the air travel is the safest. And you see the result now by increasing number of the traffic. Now the next speaker is Mr. Salil Gupte, President of Boeing in India. He is a senior in a country executive. Please come. I invite you to come on the dais and you can address. And he has an excellent academic background, so I am quite enthusiastic to say about it. MBA from Stanford University and BA in economics from Cornell. Welcome to you, Mr. Salil Gupte, so you can share your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure I would qualify it as wisdom, but we'll take it. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, all of you, and to, of course, my colleagues from Airbus and Pratt & Whitney. I have to say that I am very pleased after a day or at an event like this to be back amongst my civil aviation friends. I grew up in the civil aviation side of this business, and I have spent, of course, most of the day here working with my defense colleagues, so it's good to be back home. At least for the next 10 minutes. That said, one of Boeing's themes at this Aero India is the synergy between civil aviation and defense as we think about making India an aviation hub. Because there's so many different vectors on which that has to happen. And I'll walk through some of those in a minute. But that synergy is very important, and I think a lot of times it gets ignored because we focus on countries or models like Mr. Busker noted on China, which of course hasn't leveraged that synergy necessarily. They've gone about other dhandas to get to where they've gotten to. But I would argue that India has a unique opportunity to leverage a different path and leverage synergy to get there. And let me explain what I mean. Why is that synergy important? First, it allows you scale. If you're a supplier that is in the aerospace field, this is pretty obvious. If you have the capabilities to manufacture for civil, you have the capabilities to manufacture for defense. So many of the suppliers, whether you're talking about large conglomerates or MSMEs who have come up over the past 20, 25 years across here in Bangalore and other parts of India, have leveraged both defense and civil to grow and prosper. There is cyclicality. So often in the world, there have been times when civil aviation has been down and defense and aerospace has been up, and vice versa. And that counter-cyclicality, cyclicality relationship has helped many of our suppliers, and frankly, ourselves as OEMs, survive some of those lean times in one area or the other. There's the concept of talent development, the incredible breadth of opportunities that your people can have when they have a chance to look at both civil and defense opportunities. And of course, there's the fact that the technologies developed in one necessarily influence the other. And that allows for the highest levels of innovation, the highest levels of quality, and over the long term, the lowest levels of cost. So why is this a theme for Boeing, right? Why does Boeing care about this? And the reason is because for us in India, we have the most breadth across different areas. We have narrow body aircraft here, we have most of the wide body aircraft here, we have freighter aircraft in India, we have fixed wing military aircraft, we have rotorcraft for defense, and we have derivative aircraft or commercial airplanes that are defense aircraft. And so we have this perspective that in order to have a fleet across all of those areas, you have to have an aviation hub that encompasses both defense and civil capabilities and leverages that synergy in order to grow. So what are some of those areas? I've spoken in very vague, academic terms so far. Let's get down to specifics where those opportunities are. One, as my colleague Mr. Busker noted, is obviously MRO. And Boeing has announced last week the Boeing India Repair Development and Sustainment Hub, or BIRDS Hub. There'll be some announcements coming out, already have one out and another one coming out tomorrow about some of the partnerships around that. Mr. Busker, we have not missed the bus. And I believe one of the areas we have not is because the world of MRO may be different post-COVID. If you look around at where the MRO powerhouses are, two things jump out at you. One, they're taking advantage of both civil and defense. If you look at Abu Dhabi, if you look at Dubai, if you look at Turkey, that is what is going on there. If you look at Singapore, that is what is going on there. We have an opportunity to do that in India. We have not yet missed the bus. And the world of hubs may be different in the new post-COVID world. Many of these MROs are built around global hubs. In a more point-to-point market, there is an opportunity for India to catch up in MRO, but it is a unique opportunity in time, and we must make the most of it. But getting back to the point of synergy, leveraging talent from areas like the services, right? This has occurred in many parts of the world, in Turkey and the United States. So much of that defense military talent has gone into civil MRO and strengthened that industry. We have an opportunity to do that here in India, just like they did it in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, and in the US. Another obvious area, of course, is manufacturing. As I mentioned, so many of our supply chain, so many of our MSME friends have come up the value curve from simple manufacturing to complex manufacturing, starting on defense components and then moving into higher volumes on civil components. Because as you know, the volumes on many of these components in civil is higher just because the rates of production tend to be higher. So manufacturing is another area where you can make an investment in a composite technology in India or another special materials, and you can recoup that investment with a significantly higher return on investment when you're doing both civil and defense. The quality ecosystem is, of course, also improved. Another area is engineering and research and development. The most advanced systems in civil aviation often got their start on the defense part of the business. And so much of what we do here in Bangalore at the Boeing India Engineering and Technology Center, the largest such site that Boeing has outside of the United States, what we will do at our 43-acre campus right here next to the airport, one of Boeing's largest investments outside the United States, everything we do there is about defense and civil aviation synergy. That includes analytics, that includes research, that includes making our airplanes in both defense and commercial aviation, civil aviation, more reliable to operate for our customers. I'll give you an example. We call it digital aviation. My friends at Airbus call it Skywise, whatever you brand it. Imagine a technology where you're flying from Chicago to Delhi and you have a fault on your aircraft and you know what part you need before the aircraft even touches down, and the part has been pre-positioned because the airplane automatically sent the message to the ground and you ran analytics on it and you knew that there were 3 potential solutions and all 3 of those solutions are at the gate ready to go when that airplane pulls in. This technology has been around in the civil aviation market for almost a decade and a half. Boeing has been doing it since just after the year 2000, our airplane health management product. There's absolutely no reason the defense services cannot be leveraging these types of solutions across their entire fleets to achieve operational readiness. And when they do invest in these types of technologies, those same technologies are again repurposed for the civil side in a virtuous cycle that improves operational reliability for everyone. So this is just an example where analytics and engineering also comes together to drive benefits. And India, we believe, not only can be a leader, but based on our conversations with Air Force and Navy, will be a leader, leveraging these civil capabilities for defense, and we hope coming back the other way. Another one is environmental. Sustainable aviation fuels is a focus area for the Boeing company here in India and around the world. Our goal, of course, is to be able to fly aircraft within a number of years, 100% on biofuels, and the Indian Air Force is interested in those concepts as well. So there is tremendous synergy there from a supply standpoint. India has enough from a supply capability of biofuels to have multiples of its entire fuel capability for both civil and defense in the year 2025 and even beyond. So that synergy exists as well for sustainable biofuels. And then finally, I'm smiling at Madam Vandanaji, leasing. As announced in the budget yesterday, there is, of course, a benefit for and tax exemption for leasing via the routed gift city. Boeing, of course, has been working with the ministry on this for a number of months, and we believe that there is going to be many opportunities in defense as well when it comes to leasing. We know this under the DAP 2020, and it is those very same financiers that are going to be looking at backing aviation leases for civil customers that are also going to be looking at the most creative structures to figure out how we enable leasing for defense customers as well. So developing that talent base in India is going to be just as important to take leasing forward in civil aircraft as it is for defense. So all of these areas are opportunities for us. All of these areas are areas that Boeing is working both with Ministry of Civil Aviation and Ministry of Defense to come together to enable India as an aviation hub, make in India for India and for the world, and at least for us, bring the best of Boeing to India and bring the best of India to Boeing and to the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Salilji. Thanks for believing in India's growth story. And the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which I have heard Honorable Prime Minister saying many times, that if anything in Atmanirbhar is having very faster and very, immediately where it can happen is the aerospace industry, because it's already having so much of potential, and the global value chain is linked. So we are sure that your optimistic outlook is going to be actually happening in a very short period. Now we have Mr. Sajal Kumar as the next speaker. He is CEO Accessories Complex from HAL. Since morning we have been seeing a lot of proud moment for HAL. Their new products have been shown, and they have got the biggest contract, defense contract here today. So he will be speaking about some of their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Mr. P.S. Karola, sir. Senior Economic Advisor, Madam Vandana Agrawal, J.S. Moka, Madam Usha Padi, other eminent members and dais, and the eminent speakers and the audience connected directly as well as virtually. On behalf of HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, I thank Ministry of Civil Aviation and FICCI to give me an opportunity to share my views on technology transfer for the development of the aviation industry. As a manufacturer of largely military, but civil aircraft also. I can tell you that the common thread binding all the aspects of aircraft manufacturing, maintenance, support is a robust, contemporary, effective, and efficient indigenous product realization and support ecosystem. That is where the technology transfer plays a major role. HAL can claim to have a very good experience in transfer of technology projects. At platform level, we have produced around 14 aircraft and engines and more than 1,500 accessories encompassing all major systems of aircraft, be it mechanical, hydraulic, instruments, avionics, from Western as well as Russian OEMs through these transfer of technologies. These have helped us to create in-house capability necessary for supporting the fleet for their entire operating life. In fact, that is a tall order which we have to meet because that is the need of our defense services. When we started, that was the time when technology transfer was the need of the hour because the adequate infrastructure, knowledge, and capability was not available within the country. And to do it in a short span of time, we had to depend on the OEMs, which had these kind of capabilities. But the times have changed. And you have seen today the LCA Tejas, for which the contract was signed in the morning. This project is totally indigenous project. And this has brought in the needed shift in the methodology of the technology absorption. And today we have transfer of technologies not from only foreign OEMs, but also from Indian agency, aeronautical development agencies, many DRDO labs, CSIR labs, and even private labs who are working in aerospace and defense sector. Technology transfer downstream of the supply chain also has happened because of the new projects which the country has taken up. There are new partners, you would have heard names of the Dynamatic Technologies, Alpha Design, Larsen & Toubro, Tata Advanced Metal Systems. So these are our partners and contributors, big contributors in our ongoing program. And with their strength and confidence today, we are in a position to ramp up our production and increase the indigenous content in the product which we manufacture. Today, more than 70% of the manufacturing workload of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited comes from these partners in private industries. Let us look at why and how of technology transfer. Technology transfer takes significance if the recipient chips in with new market, new customers, new geographies. Any aircraft manufacturer will be more willing and flexible towards TOT if he gets access to this. From the recipient's point of view, if we see, what is most important is the point of the product life cycle where TOT can be obtained. Agreements finalized at the initial levels of initial periods of the product life cycle can be more flexible, more deep, as well as they can have more risk-sharing propositions. And those projects, wherever HAL has entered into the transfer of technology in the beginning of the product life cycle, we have almost achieved a very high indigenous content. Transfer can also happen through several routes. We, HAL, have experienced technology transfer from foreign OEMs, from Indian partners, experimented with co-development and co-production, subcontracting or outsourcing down the line in supply chain, and also through joint ventures. We can confidently say that technology transfer goes beyond the transfer of knowledge about the machines, equipment, and tools from one organization to another. An effectively negotiated and executed TOT involves a learning process which is fast, supervised, and efficient. Today, the ecosystem in the country is not only equipped to absorb the TOTs in a much faster way, but also innovate to higher dimensions in civil aerospace along with military. The ecosystem in the country is aided by several research and design centers. 10 R&D centers in HAL alone, more than 100 in DRDO, CSIR, ISRO, and many private companies also. India is a leading customer for civil aircraft, and the projections for the future growth is also very encouraging. If we integrate all these facets and dimensions, it can be safely concluded that now is the opportune time for aircraft OEMs, foreign as well as Indians, to engage with the Indian industry in a more systematic manner for developing India as an aviation hub. TOT from foreign OEMs is marred by issues like relevance and depth of the technology of transfer. Foreign OEMs are generally reluctant to share the critical technologies, or they want to hold back technologies which are crucial to the product, primarily due to IPR protection concerns. So increasing their confidence through demonstrated safeguards of IP protection would pave the way for sharing the sensitive and high-end technologies with us. TOT by Indian OEMs in military has a very well-defined process, which specifies the responsibilities and the roles of various agencies in the whole chain. That template has been very, very effective in military segment. In civil also the same template can be followed with the minor changes made to suit the specific requirement of the civil ecosystem. Co-development and co-production is another, in our opinion, a very, very important approach that allows access to advanced technological products, smooth TOT with less cost and time. It provides for transfer of skill sets through contribution in the joint programs, joint intellectual property rights, shared market space, and resultant revenues. Subcontracting and contract manufacturing, that is the most predominantly used methodology of technology transfer today in our country, which, frankly speaking, does not bring in the new markets and the new customers or the new geographies. So this has got a very limited role in building the entire design capability of the country, but nonetheless very important to start with. Technology can also be absorbed through joint ventures. However, success of joint ventures is incumbent upon creating offerings which could be sold across the globe. Dependence on orders from the customer base of only one partner normally results in the JVs not yielding the intended outcomes. Another important role, which is very, very necessary in aviation, is the standardization and certification. It's a related aspect of the technology transfer. Technology assimilation across the globe paves way for bringing about the regulatory and quality harmonization. BASA agreements and the efforts by ICAO are welcome steps in this regard, which have been undertaken. Similar standardization through the acquisition of international certification, process certification by the manufacturing organizations as well as the design organizations pays for much faster absorption of technology. But today, in today's industry environment, in my opinion, it is more important to think in terms of cooperating and collaborating with each other rather than competing in all fronts. I would like to argue that in today's India, following a leader sequence, that is starting with design skills and subsequently migrating to manufacturing, is a more viable strategy for technology catch-up than following a follower sequence, wherein we start with manufacturing and gradually upgrade ourselves to a design capability organization. Though we have followed the earlier process and now we are equipped that we should change the gear and take the role of designer. Let us talk about the specific. As Mr. Khosla from IATA very clearly said, that in today's situation, it is the regional sector which is going to pick up now. And probably the long-haul sectors might have to wait for some more time. And our country is the country where regional sector, Ministry of Civil Aviation has been playing a major and very vital role in development of this sector. In country today, we have the design capability for 2-seater aircraft, 5-seater aircraft, 14-seater aircraft, and a future 19-seater variant by one single agency, National Aeronautical Laboratory. We have with HAL a 19-seater aircraft, fixed-wing Dornier 228. We have with HAL advanced light helicopter you saw today in the demonstration, which is also a 14-seater civil variant is under certification. We are developing light utility helicopter, which is again 7 to 8-seater, specially designed for the civil segment. So these are the platforms for which the design capability is available today within the country. So what a technology transfer agency or the recipient has to do today, they have to get in touch with these organizations and see how they can increase the local content, absorb the technology, and try to bring in new market, new customers, new geographies, so that we have a win-win approach, not only from the designer's point of view, but from the manufacturer's point of view. And my request, sir, to the ministry will be, and I said I am requested in today's morning meeting with them also, we need to look at this less than 20-seat segment as a different segment. Today's rule of the 20 seats, 10 seats are same as large, bigger aircraft. We'll have to look at this as a different segment. Then only this segment can be promoted in a much better way. So this is my request, which probably may be considered. Coming to, I would like to also share with you recently, Aeronautical Society of India made a committee on examining the feasibility of manufacturing indigenous civil aircraft. So they strongly recommended that less than 20 seat segment, we don't require anything. We have the enough capability and we can develop a whole ecosystem within the country itself. They also talked about 50-seater aircraft. You'll be surprised to know that we manufactured a 50-seater aircraft, HS-74 at Avro, way back in 1960s. And the design is so robust that most of the aircraft are still flying. They have done only 25% of their total technical life. And Aeronautical Society of India recommends that if we are able to resolve the obsolescence issues today with the support of the local ecosystem which we have developed within the country, why can't we launch this as an indigenous 50-seater aircraft? So my invitation to all of you, all those who are listening here, HAL has already embarked upon this plan. I invite you to come and join us as a risk-sharing partner. As a partner, in any way you can support us with the technology, with the capability, with the design capability, with the manufacturing capability, with the support capability. So this is how we can develop up to at least 50-seater capability for indigenous manufacturing and indigenous support. For 70, 90-seater, already a committee is working on this. There are two approaches. One could be that we design ab initio, which might take a very long time. Another could be we co-develop, co-partner with an agency which already has a 70, 90-seater aircraft and try to have a risk-sharing partnership specifically tailored for Indian market, which brings in a lot of technology, a lot of support infrastructure, as you said very clearly, within the country. So this is a policy which needs to be adopted. And for the larger segment, you all are aware the market is very distinctly polarized. We have two stalwarts here who can handle this, so we are not yet there. But there is a point which our friend from Airworks very clearly pointed out, that there is a need to leverage the negotiating capability when we import the aircraft. that is the time when we can definitely create the MRO infrastructure. When we are buying, as Indigo CEO said, that 200 odd aircraft is flying of one capacity. Why should we go outside India for the support? So when we are buying 200, 300, 400 aircraft, if we combine to get the country's requirement, there is no need. We can effectively negotiate to have more local content in MRO support. So probably that is where the government role comes into picture, sir. And of course, the airlines also who are importing this, they have to think in long term, how we can increase the local content so that we don't have to go to outside for the support. I should not be forgetting, sir, one very important element where we need to put in extra effort. Power plant and propellers. These areas are presently in the domain of R&D houses. We have enough manufacturing capability in the country to produce engines up to at least for an aircraft of 70 to 90 seater category. Enough manufacturing facilities. But we are yet to experiment with the design capabilities. And that is what we'll have to look for, sir. Because a power plant are the one which decide the operational economy of your aircraft. So if we don't have the technology, if we don't have wherewithal, we would not be really doing much justice to this segment. HAL has been experimenting with two kinds of engines for the helicopter as well as for the fixed wing, turboshaft and turbofan engine. DRDO has also chalked out a plan to work on a higher thrust engine which could go to fixed wing aircraft. We know that our friends in private companies are also working on engine design and manufacturing. So probably this segment also needs some push so that this capability is developed, and then only our country can become really self-sufficient in aerospace manufacturing. I would conclude by saying that although technology transfer in its traditional sense has contributed significantly in bringing us where we are, at least where HAL is today, it should now be seen in a broader perspective with bi-directional transfer of knowledge on a risk-sharing basis. This would create a closely knit ecosystem that would eventually benefit the customers and industry. That is how the aspired goals of Make in India, Make for the World, and Atmanirbhar Bharat can be realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sajalji. I can only say, Amin, whatever vision of HAL would be fulfilled. Now I request Ms. Vandana Agarwal, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation. She is at present with various other issues, also handling economic regulation, air cargo, competition-related issues, aviation financing and aircraft leasing. She has been a trade negotiator and has a huge experience in public policy space. I request her to address all of us. You have a presentation also, ma'am?
Yes, a short one.
FICCI team may put the presentation, please.
Good evening, friends. Good evening, sir, and other colleagues on the dais. I'm happy to speak after the manufacturing sector's presentation has actually been made, because the aircraft leasing that we are putting in place is actually meant for the aircraft you produce as well. So I would urge HAL and other domestic manufacturers of aircraft or engines or propellers or landing gear to please look at this particular ecosystem that we have developed in right earnest. This is what will help sell your product in a most cost-effective manner. Why do I say that? As we have been hearing about missed buses, missed boats, missed many things, this is certainly a sector whose opportunity, and an opportunity whose time has come. And it came very swiftly for all of us. We actually started working with a very small core group. The first seeds of it were sown in December 2017. And when you see the journey that we have traversed since then you would realize that government can move very swiftly to put in place an idea which is really in the longer term interest of the aviation industry of India. It has been actually rather surprising for us that if you look at the four big domestic or consuming segments, you have the United States, you have China, you have Europe as a collective of European Union, and you have India. We were always an outlier where aviation is concerned. We have punched way below our weight, regardless of whether we look at R&D, the designing that Sajal spoke about, the financing, which so far nobody has spoken about, but that is a reality as well. Very little capital of India actually goes into the aviation industry. Most of the capital is coming from overseas, and that's where a lot of the money gets made as well. So this opportunity that we are bringing is to bring a little bit of money back home as well, and to make money for all of you. So the Banya in me is very happy to hear that, and I'm sure so would many others. I'll move quickly. I know my time is short in more ways than one. I'm going to structure my presentation simply on a very small issue, creating an effective aircraft leasing ecosystem. Aviation in India has been resilient. I did hear Amitabh say that it needs rebalancing, but I think it has a lot of promise in it, and the promise is being realized in India through re-engineering. For this particular segment, we did hear your voice. The essential elements to make leasing a success in India have been put in place in the last 2 years. What is the journey so far of leasing in India? And some of the key highlights I would bring out. Why did we choose IFSC Gift City? It is indeed a value proposition, which all of you would realize once the numbers are crunched by you. The way forward and the next steps here. Aviation in India being resilient and promising is something that all of us have spoken about. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. I put this here before you so as it's more like a summary sheet. If you look at passenger traffic or regional connectivity, India has unique methods of growing the two. And this pandemic has shown with a vengeance that India could achieve growth of domestic passenger traffic through safe means and through containment measures, which are compelling our airlines to do more and more. I think there would be hardly a few airlines in the world which have added capacity, aircraft capacity, both PAX capacity and freighter capacity, the way Indian airlines have done. Air cargo and logistics, it was actually always the stepchild of aviation, and it has grown into its own. I say this because it has shown not only that in the fundamentals of our manufacturing, we are correct in many ways, because it's not just the export competitiveness that came to light, but also that the Indian manufacturing sector was quite happy to have more and more of the aircraft, which were converted into freighters, used in a sense as safe trucks. Airport capacity, we are growing it in many ways. A new concept of monetizing the tier 2 and 3 airports has also been put in place, or is being put in place. And the reason for doing that is not far to find. In cargo, for instance, the highest growth, and I mean growth, and I don't mean normalization to 2019 levels. The growth has been seen in tier 2, tier 3 towns. So that's where a lot of activity is taking place, and we need to cash in on that. Scheduled and non-scheduled aircraft fleet, dedicated freighters. We had 6 dedicated freighters. Today we have 25. That's not a small journey. And I have already placed our very strong request to Remy that the conversions that he's going to be doing for creating more freighters in India will be done in India. We've placed that request. I urge all those in the audience who feel that they have the capability, please go and call on Remy, and I'm sure he'll give you a very good ear. Air navigation, air traffic management, a lot will be said, a lot has been known. We're very good at it, we've managed it. Along with the Indian Ocean, we have a huge space. Civil MRO and convergence with defense MRO. Today, we've heard a lot about how we need to synergize defense and civil, not just for manufacturing, which actually is the essence, but also in MRO. Actually, manufacturing and MRO just go together, and that is something that we need to realize. I know Wolfgang said that India has a high tax base, and it does impede many things, but in MRO, it's for me still a little bit of a shocking thing that to repair and return any aircraft or a part overseas is taxed higher than to do the same thing in India. And yet, nobody is biting the bullet in any serious way. They are there, they are coming. But the kind of galloping numbers that we should have seen are as yet not there. And this is despite, as I said, the fact that in India, more aircraft have moved to serve the domestic passenger sector, the cargo segment. So MRO should have been a leading light of growth in this COVID period. That's the kind of opportunity that existed, and that's the kind of opportunity that has not been realized by many in this room and outside this room. ATF and taxes, yes, that's a story half done. GST will bring that in. Ground handling, allied, a lot has been done, a lot needs to be done. Drones, there's another segment. But one other thing that I wanted to place before everybody is how India has moved on performance, how India has moved on metrics which show that we are achieving far more efficiencies than anywhere else in the world, and that consumer satisfaction through grievance redressal has also been a very important factor. If the consumer is happy, one normally always assumes that the supplier is blessed. But so our airports are in the top-notch ranges of performance efficiencies. Our cargo, look at how our cargo did in the movement of COVID vaccines. We had to move within 2 days COVID vaccines to every part of the country. There were 60 consignee locations, and believe you me, that the average time for loading in a cold chain into the aircraft was only 9 minutes for pan-India in 2 separate rounds of distribution of vaccine. Similarly, for offloading, the lowest time was 2 minutes, and it was not a fluke because we saw it happen many times as well. So clearly, something on the efficiencies we have got, and clearly the costs are also right for us. And this is one factor that I would urge everybody to keep in mind. We are an efficient aviation. Single window and automated approvals, all that is happening. The main area where we are still lacking is in R&D And to me, that again is hugely surprising. Hugely surprising. Not only do we have such a very strong civilizational R&D capability that we have seen over the years. True, we were colonized and much of that went away. We were almost slavish, but we gained independence a long time ago, and we should have by now begun our R&D in a meaningful way. And that is the fulcrum on which aviation going forward will rest. This much, I do believe, is, I would like to hear differently from anybody else. So, on turning back to aviation, leasing, which has been one of my pet projects as well, is that we heard your voice, and what did we do? This is just a sample of what all we've done. We have actually an incentivized tax regime. We've just given capital gains tax exemption, making costs easier. In the double tax avoidance treaties, there are new treaties, there are renegotiations which we are working on. The Cape Town Convention, the provisions are by and large almost sorted out, and we would be implementing those that we haven't already done through an act. Disposal of aircraft. I was so surprised to hear that you could not send parts of an aircraft out. I was also so surprised to hear that at the end of the lease term, the entire aircraft could not go out unless there were humongous amounts of duties that were paid in order to do that. But with the jet aviation cessation of operations, we sorted that matter out. And as the leasing community has been very happily telling us that they were so surprised and they are so pleased as well that we could sort out that matter. This is a very, very important part of the leasing ecosystem that we have developed, that the lessor overseas can carry his aircraft back in a time-bound manner as per the Cape Town Convention. And the proof of pudding lies in the eating. So more than 100 aircraft went like this in a short period of time of less than about 8 months. So that's how robust our system is when we put our mind to it. Dispute resolution mechanism, there is a very unique one which we have put in place in the Gift City, in the IFSC. A strong regulatory framework, a lot of consultations are underway, high funding costs, huge amount of changes are being made, and the rupee is being made the engine of the entire process as well. Higher depreciation that is always available to you as an incentive. All in all, net, no matter which aircraft I pick up and I run the numbers on leasing, whether it's a 6-year lease, it's an 8-year lease, 10-year, 12-year lease, or it's a financial lease, it's an operating lease, it's a hybrid, the India story is way, way competitive because of the ecosystem that has been put in place. The journey so far, so I'll just very quickly go through these reforms. You all already probably know it. There's a 10-year tax holiday, and you choose the 10 years out of 15 for leasing units. The income on disposal of aircraft is also not taxable. Income earned by non-resident lessor on leasing aircraft is also not taxable. Payment of interest is not taxable if it's to any non-resident. Non-applicability of the MAT provision is there, which means that the depreciation also doesn't become a major problem. Stamp duty exemption has been given. Please tell me a regime anywhere in the world which gives all of this to you in one fell swoop. If you look at the regulatory changes, the IEC code, that's the importer-exporter code, has been waived. The GR waiver, whenever the aircraft needs to go out at lease termination, has been removed. The GR waiver on end of the lease re-export, either fully or in part or knockdown condition. That has just been changed by RBI on 8th of January. DAP 2020, some of the speakers before us, Salil Gupta in particular, spoke of it, that you can also use this to lease military or defense aircraft. It doesn't mean military, it could mean defense transport aircraft as well, or non-military aircraft. Insurance pension funds have been permitted to participate as well. What has IFSC's journey been so far? On 16th of October, a very cataclysmic decision was taken, which was to declare aircraft leasing as a financial product. And what that means is you have a single unified regulator who's now going to address your woes, or why woes only? He is responsible, or the authority is responsible for putting in place a regulatory system which suits your interests. It's a regulatory system without baggage. It's new. It needs to be created. So participate in the regulations that are being drafted, and you will get what you want so that you profit. There's been consultation on the draft regulations that are out there. The consultation paper is online. It's available to all. By 18th January, the feedback has been received from a huge number of international and domestic stakeholders. I'm very happy to say that the domestic stakeholders also find value in setting up leasing units in GIFT City. So it means that we're not totally dependent on the foreign lessor. You know, it used to always surprise me, and I used this in one of the consultations, that you have the dulha, who's the supplier of aircraft, and you have the dulhan, who's the buyer, or something like that. And there you have this panditji, who's the lessor. So he ends up getting all the money in these deals. So let's see how many leasing units come up in the GIFT City. Multiple green shoots, as I've said. Indian Airlines are enthusiastic. You heard Indigo speak on this issue. I'm sure if you were to hear the others, you'll find the same. We actually leased out bid out 2 of HAL's aircraft, the Dornier 228, the 19-seater, 17-seater. And in that, we actually won it. 1 ATR, 1 helicopter, 1 engine. Indian companies are interested to set up other allied activities which have already been taken up. I'm sure my presentation would be circulated and you would be able to see all that we have done. So the only story that I see is those single-digit numbers need to become hundreds. GIFT City, is it comparable to global financial hubs? You can see for yourself, it is. It is better than the best. What is the way forward and next steps? The regulation is the biggest issue. That is, as I have said, consultations are on. The rest is being done. India is actually open for business. The essential elements and the incentives have all been holistically provided. The Cape Town Convention is almost ready to be done. National registry is getting made up. The actions, which are tiny actions, which actually help ease matters a bit more, these are more procedural rather than substantive, have also been taken up. All this, all those interested in it would be able to see it on 26th February 2021 between 1630 hours and 1900 hours. We've made that time so that all our partners in the Western world and in the Eastern world don't find it difficult to join us for this meeting. It would also be in hybrid format. It would be at New Delhi physically for all those who are interested. So I urge everybody to save this date as well. It's coming quite soon. I'm just going to request Vicky to play a video and afterwards. Okay, we can do that afterwards. Thank you.
India's aviation industry has taken off on a flight of unprecedented passenger and cargo.
This curtain raiser will have it after the secretary's speech. He has a flight to catch. Mr. Karola is 1985 batch officer, Karnataka cadre. It is his own turf. Sir, I don't get opportunity to say this. That's why I'm just saying this. You know many things that he's a tough, taskmaster, and he has a huge experience in the infrastructure sector. But some things which is not known is that he doesn't take CL. That means Saturday, Sunday he is working. And he has a lot of research paper which have been published. And I am telling this because whenever you go to him with any projects or anything, he sees the things differently. So be prepared whenever we go to him. We actually prepare ourselves and go. And his approach is to find the solution. Sir, your address would be very useful to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anutusha. And well, dignitaries on the dais, and as some were mentioning, members of my all-powerful team. And I would say that even more powerful team members are sitting in front of me who are friends from the aviation fraternity. Today's topic being making India an aviation hub. If you look back and see a year back, maybe at this time only, we were applying brakes to civil aviation. And today, just 1 year down the line, and we are trying to push up the civil aviation. It has been, I would say that, for all of us, a rare experience. And I don't think generations would get such an experience ever again. We learned so much. We learned to work with each other. We learned to work in difficult situations. We learned to find solutions. And today, as the general consensus is that we have overcome. And we can look forward to brighter days. The story started with applying brakes, lockdown, total cessation of all flying operations. But even during that period also, aviation played a role. It was Lifeline Udan, distributing essentials and medicines all over the country. Then movement of people, especially Indians in distress, being brought back to India, Vande Bharat mission. And then the calibrated opening, and now once again transporting the vaccine and the vaccine-related all systems to different parts of the country. Well, what have been the lessons in the last 1 year? If really someone asks me what have been the lessons, I would say that there are 4 big lessons we have learned. The first lesson is that aviation is a system which has got several subsystems. And unless all these subsystems work, the aviation system cannot work. The best example was the opening up. When we opened up, challenge before us was, how do we take care of all these protocols, health protocols, and ensuring that people don't lose confidence in the system. So it was all the subsystems working. It was the airport subsystem, it was the airline subsystem, it was the ground handling subsystem, it was the travel agent subsystem, it was the booking subsystem. Everything worked, and we were able to win the confidence of people. So the first input, it's a big system, and if any one of the sector feels that it can survive on its own, it's a wrong notion. That's the first learning we got. Second learning was that this is a system which responds. Now, it is not a very, very rigid or a dead system. The system responds. And for it to respond, it requires a right or proper congenial environment. And this environment is provided by rules, by regulations, by laws, by enforcement, and all these provide the rules and regulations. So this was the third learning, that the system responds to various tools in the external environment. See, we had the system that fare bands were tried in the country for the first time. We had never heard of fare bands. There can be a cap on the fares, but we had never experimented with the fare on the lower portion. But it worked. We worked with a system of calibrated opening.
30%, 35%, 40%, 50%, 60%, even that worked. And the last lesson was that aviation no longer is a luxury. It has graduated to become an essential part of the economy, and I would say that it has graduated to become a major engine of economic growth. So these were the 4 lessons of this last 1 year, which all of us have learned, and based on these 4 lessons, we have to chalk our roadmap for the future. Now, when I talk of the system, as my colleague, Madam Vandana was mentioning, that what are the various subsystems? We have the airlines, the airports, the ground handling systems, the MROs. We forgot about skill development. We talk of so many things. We say we can manufacture an aircraft in the country. What about the skills? Do we have the skills? We lost out. An important component. Of course, an important one was financing. How to finance? Lease financing has come out as a solution. Component manufacturing, yes, related to MRO, it's an important part. Linked to that is aircraft manufacturing and a big cargo industry. Apart from that, we totally forget about the travel and the tour agency fraternity. Who brings customers to the system? It is the travel agent fraternity. So all these are important when we talk that we want to make India as an aviation hub. Now, I'll briefly touch on each one of these. About airlines, Mr. Wolfgang mentioned that, yes, it's a big aviation market, growing rapidly. We will require 1,000 aircraft in the next 4 to 5 years. So all this is happening. The opportunity is very clear. India requires more aircraft. Not only standard aircraft, India also requires, because we are thinking of connectivity to remote areas, islands, mountains. We require a different type of aircraft. Now, that's where the opportunity is. Not only the standard aircraft, the different type of aircraft, the seaplanes, the helicopters, the smaller planes. So that's another opportunity which is coming up. At the same time, I think someone mentioned that international carriage, someone mentioned that international carriers account for 64% and we account for only 36%. I would like to correct him. This is only in the short haul. Short haul is massive, India, Dubai, India, Singapore and all. If we go into real long haul, Europe and America, our share is less than 15%. A big opportunity. Once again, we want airlines to acquire bigger planes. And that's where the opportunity, and COVID has given a very unique opportunity where people would like to travel from point to point. The old concept that we want to travel through hubs and all is disappearing. A big opportunity where airlines can come forward. And we, from the government side, are working on the air services agreement, where somehow we feel that we can provide a level playing field to our carriers. And that's what we are. And this is the opportunity on the airline sector. And it's very rightly mentioned that geographically, maybe we can't change the geography. We are just in between the Far East and the West. Anything has to move through India. And this has huge implications for cargo movement and lesser implications for passenger movement. And that's what I think my colleague was mentioning about the cargo, a unique opportunity. So much for the airlines. Airports. Airports, we have about 100 plus airports operational. We are targeting that in the next 4 years, we'll be reaching 200 airports. And these airports will be new type of airports also. Heliports are there, seaplanes are there, smaller advanced landing grounds. All this will come. And here the unique feature would be inviting public-private partnership. We have had a very successful run of PPPs, and we will be looking for more PPPs. If more private investment comes, the airport becomes hub of economic activity. They themselves generate economic activity. And when they generate economic activity, the benefits are passed on to the airlines. The landing charges, everything comes, they come down, and the system becomes more efficient. So airports are again providing a big opportunity. Let's look at MROs. I don't have to talk. We have spoken enough about MROs, and we have been able to do lots of changes in the policy regime which will help the MROs. But here now, the MROs have to come forward, they have to come up. And as I said that, Airline MROs requires diversified nature of employment. It ranges from a blue-collar job to a highly skilled design job. And this is a rare opportunity which an MRO provides. Here I have a problem about the system by which our mechanical engineers are being trained. And no one has ever paid any attention to that. If we really want good engineers to come forward, that system needs to be reformed. It's an age-old, pre-independent system where people just have to pass exams. No one even bothers what is being taught. Skill development needs to receive the due attention. Same thing for the flying training schools on the skills. It's all of us, it's not very good to know that we require about 700, 800 pilots. Half of these pilots are not trained in India. They fly to New Zealand, San Francisco, and from there they come back. Why should it happen? We have 200 airstrips lying in the country idle. And training a pilot definitely can happen in India. So this is another opportunity. And right now, we have come up with a new policy for flying training schools where the idle airports of Airport Authority are being offered for setting up of flying training schools. So that's the next opportunity coming. About lease financing, my colleague has very vividly explained how lease financing is going to be a game changer. A huge amount of regulatory taxation and incentives have been changed. And gradually we'll find that lease financing activity comes to India. It has dual advantage. Number one is a new type of business activity takes place in India. It generates employment, generates skills. Second is the airlines get the aircraft at much better terms, on rupee terms, and we can forget about the dollar exchange rate fluctuation. So that's about the lease financing. About cargo. Now, to give an example, very crudely, if I say that every day, about 80 to 100 freighters take off from India. 80 to 100 freighters take off from India, and you will be surprised to know how many of them belong to Indian carriers. It's in single digit. It's a huge opportunity. It means our cargo, please go to any country and try that a foreign carrier can take their cargo. It is impossible. But our cargo is being carried by other carriers. So another opportunity for the Indian carriers to grow. And let me tell you, during the COVID period, our carriers have realized that cargo is a real potential. And as Vandana was just pointing out, that we have almost reached 90% of this year. Though the passenger traffic is down by minus 40% and all those things, the cargo would be at a pre-COVID level. So that's the opportunity. So cargo thing is again a big one. Freighters or carrying cargo in the underbelly, both opportunities are there, which should be made use of. So these, in short, are various opportunities which are coming forward. My only point is that all of us, all the stakeholders have to come together to work, and we have, during this period of crisis, developed very good equations, very good working mechanisms with all the stakeholders, be it including the travel agent fraternity. And it has worked very well, and in future also, now that the difficult times are over, we would like to improve upon this. The airports are going to be a totally new experience. Already the airports are a different experience. Who on the earth had ever imagined that our web check-in will reach 100%? And it is near 100%. And who is traveling today? You will be surprised to know that the business class travel, the corporate travel has not picked up. What has picked up is ordinary labor flying by air. A realization that economic value of travel time. If a labor has to travel from Darbhanga to Bombay and spend 3 days in train, and after that he gets so much tired that he spends 3 days resting, the contractor which has engaged him sees economic reason in making him fly. We just opened Darbhanga airport, and you please try to get a ticket on any flight to Darbhanga. So these are the changes which are taking place. Huge opportunities have been thrown up, and opportunities for all sectors, And we in the government have been carrying out various reforms. You must have heard in the budget speech, lease financing reforms have come, PPP in the airport reforms have come, some customs duty on manufacturing parts on the defense side, that has been carried out. So with all these things changing, I would say we have the proper environment where aviation sector, the aviation in India and aviation in India will become a hub, be it the airlines, be it the MROs, be it the skill development, be it the ground handling, everything. We have the skills, we have the resources, we have the appropriate environment created. Now, all of us have to make the right move to ensure that India become the aviation hub in all respects. So with these few words, thank you very much, and let's continue with the excellent cooperation we have between the ministry side, the regulators, and the captains of the industry. And with this cooperation continuing, I'm sure that India would definitely emerge as a hub of aviation for the world. So thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Your insights have already always have thrown light on the right perspectives. Thank you so much. Now we have the curtain raiser, ma'am, on the aircraft leasing and financing, what Vandana ma'am mentioned.
India's aviation industry has taken off on a flight of unprecedented passenger and cargo growth and soaring industry-wide demand. Atmanirbhar Bharat boosts aircraft manufacturing, MRO, airport infrastructure development, and allied aviation subsectors for strengthening aviation fundamentals and imparting global competitiveness. To cater to the rising aspirations of a self-reliant India, the time is ripe for developing India as a global aviation hub, a critical component of which is aircraft leasing and financing.
The time is ripe for India to enter into aircraft financing and leasing activities from Indian shores. This is critical to the development of self-reliant aviation industry.
Ministry of Civil Aviation Working Group assessed the scenario of an order book of 900 to 1,000 aircraft worth about $50 billion and set out a roadmap on Project Rupee Raftar. International Financial Services Centers, IFSC, like Gujarat International Finance Tech City, Gift City, provide ready platforms for growing this business.
With the rapidly growing aviation market in India, the Indian carriers are acquiring a large number of aircraft. But hitherto, all these aircraft have been financed through lease finance from offshores. In the recent years, Government of India has taken several steps to promote lease finance activities from within India. Even in the current budget, Finance Minister has announced a series of incentives and exemptions for lease finance activities from within India. This would help in creation of a new business activity within the country. At the same time, it will help the Indian carriers to get the aircraft on better terms.
Towards creating a commercially significant ecosystem for airlines, the essential elements of the roadmap on aircraft leasing have been implemented to encourage Indian entrepreneurs and foreign providers to undertake globally competitive operations from IFSC in India. IFSCA, creating a suitable regulatory regime. Key benefits for India.
Here at Sky, we've been supporting airlines in India for a number of years. We're very excited about the proposals for the tax and leasing schemes to be based in Gujarat, and we wish the authorities the best of luck in this very noble endeavour.
The aircraft financing and leasing industry has developed significantly over a period of time worldwide. Countries like Ireland, USA, China, Singapore and Hong Kong have become global hubs for this industry by setting up an effective regulatory environment to facilitate aircraft leasing and financing.
India is the fastest growing civil aviation market in the world, and for aircraft in India to be leased from jurisdictions overseas makes absolutely no sense. We need to have planes which are leased by companies which are registered in India, and I congratulate the Ministry of Civil Aviation for working on a structure where leasing companies can now be set up in GIFT City, and this will be tremendously useful for Indian aviation.
India is fast becoming the third largest civil aviation market in the world, with over 2,000 civil aircraft coming into India over the next 20 years, of which 70% are likely to be leased. And so in the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Boeing looks forward to working with our partners in government, our customers, and global and Indian financiers to create an aircraft financing ecosystem that can support this fast-growing market.
Is on the cusp of onshoring, aircraft leasing and financing, which will be a game changer for the overall commercial aviation industry in the country. Indian carriers account for the third largest order book in the world, and Airbus stands ready to further collaborate with the Indian government, the airline, the local and the overseas financing stakeholders to further accelerate the growth of the civil aviation market.
India, rising on the wings of aviation opportunities.
Doing a 360-degree evaluation of India's laws, regulations, taxes, both direct and indirect, which were impeding the development of aircraft leasing and financing from India, has been very exciting. We look forward to sharing with you all the exciting details of the investment incentives, besides other measures, which I'm sure will convince you that it does make sense to contract aircraft leasing from out of India. I welcome you to join us on 26th February at our roadshow in India. This is just a curtain raiser. As they say, the devil lies in the detail, and we look forward to sharing all those details with you so that you can, through aircraft leasing and financing from India, indeed make profits, as I said earlier. Indeed, for everybody to gain, for the MRO sector to gain, for ancillary sectors to gain. It's out there for everybody. It's a whole new business that we are creating. So I welcome you all to join us on 26th February. We will be sharing out the details shortly of the precise event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Good evening. Okay, thanks for your patience, and let us have a big applause for the audience who have been sitting throughout. Now, I'll request Ashmita Sethi, who is a co-chair FICCI of Civil Aviation Committee and also President and Country Head for Pratt & Whitney India. Ms. Ashmita, your job is going to be very tough because you have to summarize and make the people still awake. Keep them awake. And question answers, I leave it to you, ladies and gentlemen. It depends on your patience. We are ready to hear, but if you still have, otherwise online questions, if there are some questions, if you can list it out to the various speakers or the companies, we can try to get the answer, and FICCI can coordinate for that. And if there are something very, very burning, after this we'll take, but it depends on the participants. It is at your risk. Thank you.
So, as Ms. Padi said, you know, it's a very tough job right now with everyone, you know, wanting to have their evening tea and having sat through, you know, but it's been a very insightful discussion, and I'll try and summarize it to the best of my competency. You know, it's been a very, you know, exciting discussion as well, and it will help us support the exponential growth of our civil aviation industry to achieve the vision we've been talking of, you know, making India an aviation hub. It's been said by, you know, the minister, by the secretary, by all our industry partners here that our industry plays a pivotal role in defending freedom, democracies, in connecting people and growing economies around the world. Today, we cannot emphasize that fact more, but here I want to bring in, on behalf of Vicky and all our industry colleagues, that we really need to thank this civil aviation sector, pat ourselves on the back, that this civil aviation sector, with the support of the government, who did not rest even for a day during the lockdown, deserves to be applauded. So maybe we can just sort of, give them a huge applause. They not only connected people, but they repatriated people. They reunited families and friends during the lockdown and the pandemic. And now they are serving all parts of India by transporting vaccines, which will bring health and well-being back into our lives again. So all the subjects that have been broached upon, I'll just summarize all of those. We've talked of the global recovery. We've talked of the India potential. We've talked that more needs to happen in the MRO space. We've talked of the synergy in defense and civil. We've talked of MRO technologies that can be brought to India. We've talked of biofuels, which will power the future of flight. We've talked of technology transfer. And we've, again, emphasized on the ecosystems. We've emphasized on, the reforms that have happened. There are still a couple more things that I'll reiterate, very quickly at the end of what I'm saying. But because I come from Pratt & Whitney, which is an engine manufacturing company with 1,500 engines in service in India, 680 aircraft, out of which 186 are the Airbus Neo aircraft powered by our game-changing, revolutionary GTF engine, 86 military aircraft, and we have 2 MROs in India, one which is with Air India Engineering Services Limited and one with Taj Air. So, India is one of the countries, I have to emphasize, that during the pandemic, it took delivery of 57 aircraft. And I'm proud to say that 44 of those aircraft were powered by Pratt & Whitney engines. So globally, 2020 has been a very tough year, and I don't need to repeat that. But let's take a reality check. 2021 has also started as a tough year. Europe and UK have had some challenges around the world. A lot will depend, how this vaccine is being rolled out and what is the uptake in different countries. What are we hearing in the domestic traffic is that domestic traffic will come back faster. But the real hope starts after the summer of 2021 when the global industry is really optimistic about the return in traffic. So if you look at 2020 and the lockdown period, we have some figures very quickly to recount. Global traffic has seen a return of 50.4% increase since 2020. These are figures as of yesterday. Global capacity has increased 35.5% since the pandemic lockdowns as of now. Global commercial aviation revenues are up by 40%. And, the India potential slide kind of, or, the India potential overtakes all these figures by leaps and bounds, really. So the optimism we are seeing here is great. We still think, we will need those 2,380 aircraft in the next, 20 years. India will continue to be the fastest growing civil aviation market, And in MRO services, we are looking at a huge lucrative opportunity of annual, revenues of 2.5 billion to 5 billion. So, that is the future of this industry. And we are looking at, the synergy between, MRO synergy between civil and military aircraft. And I just wanted to, add one more point here, although Salil, my colleague, spoke a lot about it. In the previous years, the difference between a civil aircraft and a military aircraft was large. Their demands on performance were different. But right now, the customer, when he buys a military aircraft or a civil aircraft, he's looking at two common things: a very reliable and safe operations of those aircraft, and the same technologies go into developing that. They both look at great fuel burn. They both look at the cost of the fleet and the sustainment costs. In civil MRO or in civil aircraft, we look at fleet costs, and then in military MRO, we look at sustainment costs. So that's where the synergy or the convergence comes in. Militaries also look at the time on wing, and in civil aerospace also we look at time on wing. Also, both these sectors now look at advanced health monitoring of engines. And since these two themes emerged, from, if you attended the inauguration today, the two themes that emerged from Aero India were aero engines and MRO. The focus is on aero engine development and on MRO development. So I think we are in sync with those two themes, with the industry and the ministry. So, yes, we've had a downturn, but it's going to take a serious commitment from all our industry colleagues here and the government, which works in great collaboration. I don't want to talk about, opportunity and the pandemic in the same sentence, but I am talking about that because this has provided us a huge opportunity. As Secretary Kharola said, those four systems or those four systems or themes that have come out, of the ecosystems, those clearly sort of tell us about the opportunity that is available to all of us here. So this is a moment to redefine our industry, to go forward and, achieve that exponential growth where we, are desiring to grow. So we still need to think entire ecosystems, I would say. I would end on that note. We have a world-class manufacturing infrastructure with a maturing supplier base here. We should look at advanced materials. We should nurture innovation and startups and skill development, as the Secretary said, and incentivize experts, manufacturers, and OEMs to scale up in India. Now, one last thing, and now I end, my sort of concluding remarks. I feel that, just incentives and, reforms are not going to be enough to really jumpstart this industry in the way we want it, to grow. We will have to get into some fundamental investments to create the capacity and capability the industry still needs. Exactly like the one, which is the financing industry and the growth of that. That is a remarkable innovative thought, and a lot of work's been done on that. So similarly, we need to think of some fundamental investments that need to happen in the industries. Policies and procedures that have been designed need to be measured at some stage. Exactly like we do in companies when we make strategies, we see at the end or in the middle of that strategy, what's working and what's not working. So we need to be adaptable, resilient, and, make those changes if we need to. And again, Atmanirbhar Bharat cannot be a completely protectionist policy. The growth drivers here need to look at exportability. So that is, what I would say at the end of it. And to summarize, I would say think ecosystems, think advanced manufacturing, think exportability, and these are three themes we could add, to our discussions that we've had today. So thank you so much. There are only 3 people left on the dais, but the most important one, and they're ladies, yes. So 4 ladies on the show. So, but thank you, all of you, and especially Fiki in particular, and I would like to thank Manoj Mehta, for the great patience and work and the hard effort he puts in to make this collaboration possible. So thank you, Manoj, and the entire Fiki for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Asmita ji. And we come to the last part of the program. Before Garima, my dearest colleague, deliver the vote of thanks, any very burning questions? Just one. Mike.
15 years. I have seen aerospace and aviation very closely. It is not a question, it is just a way we can move forward. I have seen that a lot of skill training and engine shops and Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India projects are going on. As a bank of Indian origin, we can support these campaigns subject to due diligence. And my suggestion is that all the US aerospace companies, Pratt & Whitney included, we can form a platform in FICCI and look at ways we can engage the Indian banking system on supporting these projects.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll request Garima to deliver the vote of thanks. And before she says anything, I would like to thank her because we sent her one day before and she would not be saying this on her own. So a big round of applause for her for taking pain to organize everything. And also the FICCI team, she will again say the thanks to you, but to add more weightage, I am again telling at this stage. Over to you, Garima.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for all the opportunities that working with you gives me. We have come to the end of this very relevant seminar on making India an aviation hub. What I would say is that this is a step. It is Hindi mein bolein to ek padav hai. We are going to be looking at a series of engagement with all our stakeholders to make this vision a possibility. I would like to thank Secretary Sir for gracing the occasion, for Usha ma'am for the very, what I would say, very interesting and witty moderation, for keeping us awake through the better part of the evening, to our senior EA, Vanna ma'am, to Mr. Remy Millard, Mr. Amitabh Khosla, Mr. Anand Bhaskar, Mr. Wolfgang, Mr. Salil Gupte, Mr. Sajal Prakash, and Ms. Ashmita Sethi. A big, big thanks to the FICCI team. They have been so supportive. This wouldn't have happened without all of you. I remember the 3 names, unfair on my part, Manika, Ravi, Manojji. The other 2, I apologize, and big, big thanks. You were a big support. Thank you. And before we close, see you all in the physical form at Wings 25 to 28 March 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, February 26th. I mean, that is, I mean, I also said, without committing yourself, you are not allowed to go out. So please. Friends, once again, sincere thanks to all of you. You had a patience to sit through the entire session. And the participants who have joined us online, everybody, thank you so much. Just before closing, I always remember one quote. I thought of mentioning it here. It seems to be appropriate to me. So after maybe many years down the line, it is not that what we will do that we'll remember, but what we didn't do, that's what we'll remember. So we'll resolve ourselves that we want to do what we have not done so far. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sails, explore, dream, and discover. Thank you. Thank you. Now, don't worry, don't take it so seriously.